hope you all are doing wonderfully today. Also, once again, I cannot see your comments right now because I don't have my glasses on. But I appreciate you all, nonetheless. I'm gonna need y'all to hit that share button over and over and over again so we can get some ops up in here. Y'all, please hop in the guest requests if you think body count should matter for women, but not for men. And only if you think body count should matter for women, but not for men. In the event you don't know how to hop into the guest requests, because apparently some people don't, if you click the little pink and blue people down there, it'll put you in the request and we can have a chat. But how are my loves doing on this lovely evening? Or morning, depends on where you are. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I've been itching for debates today. I've been crying, screaming, and throwing up for some debates. I also really enjoyed my bookmaking class today. I don't know if I'm gonna take it because I really want to take a painting foundations class. And it's on the same day. But if I don't get my foundations class, high key, I might take this bookmaking class. Like, we made paper from scratch with water and pulp and things of that nature. And it was honestly really therapeutic and interesting. It might be the move. Also, once again, please hop in the guest requests if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. Interesting.
Yo, what's up?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18,
What year were you born?
2005,
What month?
December.
Now, how the fuck?
What?
Now, you know that don't make no type of sense.
December of 2005 was 18 and about to be 19 years ago. Get your math right. Mamas, you're embarrassing yourself right now. Anyways,
He's right? Wouldn't he have to be born in 06 if his birthday was in December? Wouldn't that make him 18? He's right? Dead ass?
I'm right, bro. I know my
No,
fucking
seriously? Killing myself. Anyway, go ahead. I mean, no, I'm not TikTok. I would never do that. This live is for educational purposes only. Continue. Apologies.
I believe that body count, or the idea that body count matters from women more than men, is because, girl, like, your, your pussy gonna be straight.
Alright, you know what? You know what? Oh, wait! He was born in 05, which would make him 19, but it's not December yet. So then he would be 8. Alright. But also, that was crazy work. Hello?
Hi,
Hi, how old are you?
19,
What year were you born?
2005,
What month?
October. Oh wait, eight, 18? 1918? Yes?
Why the fuck you asking me? Hell nah, get the fuck out of here. Anyway. Anyway.
Hi.
Hello?
You're beautiful,
Hi.
by the way. I
Thank
love your
you.
makeup. I love your
Thank
hair.
you.
I love everything. But oh, the topic. Ooh, $10 to kick. Ooh, that's a steep price. Look at you. Okay,
Funnily enough, people be kicking a lot.
that it should be
The
$40.
brain rot is hard to tolerate. No, but like the barrier to entry can't be that high.
Girl,
But it will
you
be
can
cute
do.
though. Let
It would be cute.
don't hype me up. All
Yeah.
right.
All
Don't
right.
gas me. All right, go ahead.
So, women and men have different standards in society. That's just how it is. Like, race is a constructed subject. So if you're comparing men and women, it's just not the same, period.
Right, but I'm asking you why this should be the case, not why is it?
It should be
Like,
the case.
do you think this should continue to exist?
Yes, ma'am. Of course. Yes, because if you are a woman, you are born with a gift, right? And your job in society, since it's made up, is to, keep that gift, which is your virginity. So if you are, you know, you still have everything with you, then that's more valuable than a man, because for a man, you have to, you know, make it seem like you have a lot of women, and you have to make it seem like you have a high income. There's all these different aspects with a man versus a woman.
Okay, are you aware of how, let me see how to word this, of how saying that women are valuable because of their virginity harms women as a whole?
I think that that's one aspect. I don't think that defines women as an entire category, but I think that that's just one aspect.
Right, but do you not see how that could be harmful?
No.
Okay. So the reason why I asked this question, by this question I mean the question on the live, is because when you don't have your virginity, or even if you're just perceived as not having your virginity, you could still be a virgin. The
How?
standard, well, you know how there are like rumors that people will throw at people based off of the way they act or the way they dress, and they'll be like, "Oh, you must be sleeping around." But you could literally have only had sex with one person in your life, and you could still be considered a garden tool.
Yeah, but that's just by verbal confirmation. It's not by like physical, the act of sexual activity, It's
Right,
just
but
a
it still
verbal
hurts
confirmation.
nonetheless.
But it's not the same. The thing is, like, if you are a woman, then there's no reason why you should let verbal, confirmations, affirmations, whatever, define you. It's only the
Right,
act of
you can
what
say
you
that, but psychologically, that doesn't really matter. It's gonna affect them nonetheless, so just telling people that they shouldn't let it get to them, that's like telling someone who's being bullied, yeah, I know you're being bullied, that sucks, but like, toughen up. Like, is
But
that not fucked?
the thing is, bullying is just a verbal thing. Virginity, like having your virginity, is a physical thing. So it's not
There's
comparable.
no way to test whether or not you have a virginity.
Yes, there is.
Accurately?
I mean, if somebody is being truthful on if they really are, or if they have their virginity, then that's a valid testament. I feel like if they're telling the truth, that's pretty valid.
Okay,
And
so it will be
fine,
he said,
it's
she
not
said.
wrong. No.
Okay, so then how would one test for someone's virginity?
If you have your third eye open, it's valid.
If
No,
you
I
have
already,
your
I already
third eye
lost.
open.
I already know. I know. But um I'm sorry, don't kick me, please. Can I
Wait,
just
are you playing devil's advocacy right now? Or do you actually hold this view? Because it's giving devil's advocate. Cancel. Say your piece.
bro, your makeup is so bomb, bro. Where'd you get your ear piercings?
I got them from Etsy, and I pierced my ears myself. Don't do it.
Why not?
But I pierced my ear.
If you have acetone, it's fine.
Acetone. You need alcohol?
Yes, alcohol, bro. If you have
They're not
acetone,
the same. No.
Listen,
Acetone is nail polish remover, bestie. Don't put that on your ears. No.
listen. If you put acetone on your earlobes, it's fine.
It's.
Have you ever considered a nose piercing? Oh, you already.
I have 3 of them.
Shit. You know what?
Do not. Nah, we gotta circle back to what you just said. The fuck
Okay.
you mean if you put acetone?
Okay.
No. You can't.
Listen, if it's
Did
like
you put acetone on your ear piercings?
you know, if you put a Q-tip and you dip it in just a little bit, like just a little bit of acetone, and you put it like you put a dab and it burns, you feel like good burning sensation. Like that means it worked.
Did you not have alcohol nearby?
It's the same thing.
It is chemically not the same thing. Please don't put any more acetone on your open wounds. Please.
No one can afford to go to Pandora and go ahead and get
You
a
don't
whole
have to get.
Listen.
You can get alcohol from your local dollar store for $1.99.
Well, yeah, ouch.
And you're not even supposed to be using
hurts.
that anyway. You're supposed to use salt water. You can make that shit at home.
No, you're supposed to use the solution from the the piercing shop.
The solution they give you at the piercing shop is just
It's
salt
saline.
water. It's right. If you want to make it at home, it's not recommended, but it's better than fucking acetone.
Well, I guess I'm just I can't say that word. Autistic. I'm sorry.
Cut the cameras.
Bro,
The cameras have to be
okay,
cut.
I'll leave. I'm sorry.
The cameras have to be cut. The cameras have to be cut. No. Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi.
Wait. Oh wait.
Yeah, first of all,
Are you? Wait.
I just wanted to say that you look like a damn raccoon with
Oh,
that
thank you.
black makeup.
Thank you.
Are you auditioning for Guardians of the Galaxy? Are you
Then
gonna
if I go
are
make
you- are
sweet
you-
love to the concrete and have my first stroke begin at the 3rd floor of a building, then I'm wrong, right?
I don't know what you're
Right.
talking about, but I got another question for you.
You don't know what I'm talking about? No.
What? No, I don't. Are you gonna go on a secret mission with a turtle and a hippopotamus?
You know.
Let's get.
You know. Existing is so hard. Should we watch the debate, y'all? Do you want to have like a debate live stream? It's not like anybody's here anyway. Yeah? Okay, bet. Let me set it up. We finna watch the debate. We finna watch the debate. It started? Oh shit! Oh shit! I feel like this is about to be absolutely horrific. I feel like this is about to be like the worst thing we've ever witnessed. Ever. I feel like this might be like the actual worst shit that humanity has ever had the displeasure of viewing. Does anybody know where it's being streamed? I'm so excited, my toes are curling. Where is the debate being streamed, y'all? It's on YouTube and Disney Plus. Okay. Streaming party. Where's oh, now my Wi-Fi not being connected. Crazy work. I don't know if it's on Amazon or not, but let's do presidential debate. Live stream. Oh my fucking god, the sound's not working. You know what? Let's do it on here.
Barnacles, El Primo SpongeBob? Yes!
The fuck? Not the ad. Crazy work.
My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. And we get billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster, it breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few
Hold on,
years
y'all.
ago. This
The
has
setup
been a
is very
disaster
ghetto.
for people, for the middle class, but for every
Very, very
class.
ghetto
On
indeed.
top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
Damn.
Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling.
Damn.
What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes
Some
no
good,
difference. I
some
have nothing
bad.
to do. Everybody knows I'm
I'm
an
sorry?
open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917 where 100 million people died.
I'm sorry,
Has there been
subtitles are
anything like it?
unavailable,
We
my
did a
loves.
phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them
Thank you for the
over
finger hearts,
a
Catherine.
country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris will respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's
He's
all
so
about
fucking
tax
ugly.
breaks
Oh my
for the richest
God.
people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic
Calm
plan as
down,
something
Bjork.
that
I'm
would
trying to
increase
bring the
inflation,
fucking
and by
brightness
the middle
up.
of next year would
Don't get
invite
your
a
titties in a
recession.
bunch.
You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite that you heard that to say.
Yes, this is live on
I went to the
YouTube.
Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did...
I will be debating after this debate, but I think this debate is more important than my debates for
what he did during COVID.
reasons I find obvious.
Thank you, President Xi!
This debate will be 90 minutes long, approximately,
when we know that Xi
which means we have about 1 hour and 15 minutes until I will hit a restart and begin my own debates.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no abortion, because the baby is born, is okay.
What?
And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, When Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you answer
That's
the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently for President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. Folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing
I'm
a
fine.
problem.
My
And
grandmother
understand, this
texted
comes
me and
at a
asked me if I was
time
live.
where
Like,
the
how would I
people of our
respond to
country
that if I'm
actually
live?
need a
But
leader who
if I didn't
engages in
respond, she would have called me.
solutions,
So,
who actually addresses the problems at hand.
but we are back
What we
on.
have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is
Clock it.
you will not hear him talk about your
Clock
needs, your
that
dreams,
tea.
your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about
She
it
is
because they're
very
so embarrassed
classy,
by it.
very
In
demure.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
What the
And
fuck
this is what's
is he
happening in
talking
our country.
about?
And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say.
He's just being
They wanna
racist.
Bring our country
He is
back.
just being
They wanna
straight up
make America
racist.
great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again.
It's just
She's
racism.
destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims.
She looks concerned about him. It's crazy.
Within the immigrant community.
I see people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
The people on television
This is
say
clear.
my dog was taken and used for food. So
What
maybe
the
he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this.
But
What
the people
the fuck
on
is he
television
talking
say my
about?
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Yes, I see it. I see
This
it.
is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him.
True.
His former chief of staff,
They
a
do not
four-star
fuck with him.
general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
They do not
His
fuck with
former
him.
national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired
shut
most
up.
of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy, look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists, they have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on.
I want to take
immigration. It was what we
notes on
wanted
the
to talk about
debate, but
earlier,
like
so let's
it's
get back to
just
your deportation,
so everywhere. I can't even take
proposal
notes.
that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
Local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And
Wow.
this will be one of the greatest
That's
mistakes
definitely
in history
a thing
for them
that
to
he just said
allow.
out loud.
And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it. because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
Excuse me, the FBI defrauded. They were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
Ooh.
And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts.
She said, let us not
So
forget.
let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent, and I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them, but those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases, and then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place.
Context,
The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay.
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay.
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name
Yeah,
calling.
Kai, I believe
The
right
true
now she
measure
is a
of the
lead.
leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Wow.
She went out.
What the fuck did he just say?
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills and we'll go back to solar where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500
It's okay,
acres
fracking
of
is a
desert
very
soil.
common
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues that
things
we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike Jason.
Shut
we talked
up,
immigration here
God
tonight. I just
damn.
want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically. You
But
know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders. And we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them.
No judge looked at it.
And so
I
they
just
said
want
we
to
didn't have
turn the
standing.
brightness down.
That's the other thing.
please.
They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who needed, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
Damn.
I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
Oh,
And when you then
shit.
talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time
I
is up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice
here we go,
President
y'all.
Harris, in December, you said, quote,
This one's
Israel
about
has a right to
Palestine.
defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have
She
never
gave
started.
Israel a little
If I
bit
were
too much
president,
leeway in
Russia
that
would
response.
have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president,
fuck
I
is he
believe that Israel will not
What?
exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her
He's
own
not
way,
eating the way he thinks
she
he's
hates
eating.
the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had
Does he
no
think he's
money
Mother
for
Teresa?
terror.
What the
They were
fuck?
broke. Now they're
What are we
a rich
talking about right
nation.
now?
And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
Absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. Because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC
These
News
mods are
presidential debate
so
at the National Constitution
sassy.
Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Ew. Oh my gosh. Looks like we have a little bit of an intermission. It's probably, yeah, it's just ads and shit. No, definitely, Sophie. It's to the point where I actually wrote that down in my notes. I'm pointing out things that show that he's not respectful toward women. Like, he's not even acknowledging her presence.
Check's expert-supported AI explanations go beyond giving you the answer.
The mods are indeed not settling for his
Step by
bullshit.
step.
They are
AI
not.
shy, we hear you.
Hello, Edwin. Or Edwin.
CBS News app. Washington is
Hi.
the seat of power.
Also, y'all, since this is gonna be an intermission, I believe intermissions are like, I don't know if they're like the same amount of time as a commercial break, which is usually approximately 3 minutes. But grab a snack. We will be watching the debate in its entirety. I do not usually touch on politics, but I think that at the very least we should be knowing what our possible candidates have to say to one another about these very important issues. So, it looks like we have about 25-ish minutes left.
Decision to end affirmative action in college admissions. Uncertainty sets in for
So we shall see. Thank you for the cheer you up, Annie.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
Of course, Rain. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I would have watched it if I was watching it by myself, but you guys are making it a lot more bearable, so thank you all for being here. Also, a reminder, make sure you guys drink water, and if you have a snack, munch on that, nom nom nom, if you will. Take care of yourselves. This is a very emotional time to be alive.
To the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions. Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Harris for president, indeed.
CBS Reports explores the history
Apollo, no, bad,
opportunity to change their lives.
bad.
That college was the ticket.
My eyes burn from the orange too, Lex. That shit fluorescent as hell. I mean, to be fair, my phone is like just a little bit more orange, because it puts a little bit of a filter over it whenever I go live. Hi, Jacob.
Comes through Washington.
But he's still very orange in
Some of
person.
the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to
Hello,
understand
Soup.
what's at the heart of the issue we're
No, yeah, Annie, that was crazy work.
Face the Nation on
He's been writing love letters to Kim Jong-un. Was crazy shit.
The University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
Hi, Kenzie. I'm losing brain cells by the second. He does contradict himself a lot. Trump is very much cooked. And Kamala is very much cooking him to a crisp.
those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
The debate's going well so far. Kamala articulates her points very well, as per usual. But her views on Palestine are a little half-baked, in my opinion. She's also very straight to the point, and I like that about her. But she kind of pussyfooted around the Palestine part. But she's been known to do that in the past, so that wasn't exactly shocking. It was just a little disappointing. But otherwise, she's doing fabulously.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Buy your next favorite apple.
What the fuck just happened?
In the dynamic world of futures trading,
What the
foundational
fuck?
concepts, margin
What the
and
fuck?
leverage, determine the
No! Okay, there we go.
Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend
Thank you, my
their
loves.
democracy, that it's in America's best interest to
All
do
right,
so,
y'all.
arguing that if Putin wins, he may
We
be
are
able to
resuming.
move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that?
If you're away from your phone right now, or whatever your device you're watching this on,
to win this war.
I want the war
Go
to
run
stop.
back to that
I want
hole.
to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers.
oh my fucking god.
We're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president.
Damn.
And that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour.
Oh my God!
I wanted to respond to something you said earlier, and please.
She's coming for the jugular!
We're sitting in Moscow.
Damn!
Almost 300,000 men and women. But he would have been sitting in Moscow.
That has some kick to
He would have been
it.
sitting
Shit!
in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Goldberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today at Capitol Hill honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point
She
of
had
how
to
he
hold
has
her tongue
consistently
right there.
disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her
She
saying
had
that you
to
began
fight
the
back.
negotiations
Thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than that, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind. And we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago.
Oh,
When
fuck.
she happened to turn black,
Oh,
and now
fuck.
she wants to be known as black.
Oh, fuck.
I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight.
Oh, fuck.
Why do you believe it's appropriate to
Oh,
weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
Oh,
I don't
fuck.
care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those are your words, so I'm
I don't
asking.
know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do. I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going
What
back
the
many,
fuck?
many years, when
What is he
people,
talking
including
about?
Mayor Bloomberg,
Like,
agreed with me on
actually.
the Central Park.
Like, can
They
someone
admitted-
please tell
they
me what the
said
fuck
they
he's
pled
talking
guilty.
about? That ass.
And I said, well,
What
if they
did he
pled
just
guilty,
say
they
out loud?
badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy.
How is this
they have
relevant?
no idea what a good economy is.
How is this
Their
relevant?
oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Time's up.
I want to respond to that. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their
She did eat
ideas,
with that.
their hard work. I have
She
a
did eat that
plan,
up.
$6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help
Wow.
you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President
She
Trump,
has
we do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going
just need
to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better
He is
health care than
consistently
Obamacare,
providing himself
then
with
I
the
would absolutely
sloppiest
do
of toppy.
it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now, but if
Oh my god, that
we
that
come
was
up
a
with
terrible
something,
response.
I would only change it
That
if
was
we come up
actually
with
the worst
something that's
response you
better
could
and less
possibly give.
expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time. When I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass it
President
pro-law
Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
You
lot
made
of
a mistake. And number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We could do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for younger Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with
You have a
this.
question?
Is at stake.
Can you not ask said question in the you know what?
Just keep going.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I will bring you up, but we have to make it quick because it'll probably be a very short intermission.
Thank you. I did though. No one was answering me. Okay, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, what's up?
Okay, the question is like genuinely, I'm just very confused as to why a lot of even the moderators, not the lady that I haven't heard, but the guy and a lot of like news outlets, they continue to call him President Trump, and I genuinely just, is there something that like just because he was, they like,
I'm also confused about this actually, and it's really odd because it seems like Kamala is the only person who acknowledges the fact that he's former president, and Trump only acknowledges that he's not president right now and it's convenient for him. It's really, really weird.
Exactly, but they're really quick to say former president to Obama or anybody else, but like not Trump, and I don't get that shit at all.
Oh, Jacob says that he has an explanation. So
Okay, thank you.
Hey, hoes. Anyway, so it's kind of like a thing where like there's like a specific rule kind of like to it where I think like whenever it's the president from like the last section or like last like 4 years, 8 years or whatever, the one before, they still maintain the title. Like that's usually like kind of how it works. But also though, to be fair, you kind of do get to keep the title most of the time whenever you've been president before. Okay. So, yeah. Like, technically, you shouldn't call President Obama, like, former president. Like, Obama should still be called President Obama. Like, that is usually how it works. I don't know why people call him that.
That's so confusing
Anyway.
and weird, especially during a debate. Oh, but okay. All right. Thank you so much, Jacob, for shining the light. All right.
Jacob,
Like,
and
I
thank
love
you
that
for
she
your
keeps
time.
clocking him, though, every time he does say it, though. It's really funny. Okay. All right. Back to it. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. And yes, absolutely, Annie. Toilet break if you must. And also, make sure you're drinking water. Make sure you're getting your snacks. We're waiting for closing statements. Stay hydrated indeed. He really doesn't answer shit. Like, it's actually been quite terrible. Thank you for the cheer you up, Sandy. Yeah, it's really bad. Like, actually. He doesn't answer questions. Like, you know it's bad when the mods have to tell you to answer a goddamn question. I thought the debate would be about 90 minutes. And it's already been an hour and 30 minutes. It's actually been an hour and 39. Ooh. So I'm gonna assume the debate concludes at 11, which would be in 20 minutes. Because closing statements can't be that long, and ad breaks are about 3 minutes. But yeah, he very much stays on the offense. He's not doing a very good job. Oh, closing statements are 2 minutes each? Damn. Okay. I thought that might have been different for the debates. For the presidential debate. Okay, 11 Eastern Standard. Okay. So, I guess the closing statements will not be the only thing that we see? Question mark? Inhalers don't taste good. That's really true. Agreed. I definitely feel more confident in voting for her now. I was already going to vote for her, but it's nice to see her spring into action like this. Oh, okay, we get a little bit of debate. Alright, we're back into the action.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of
I
the
can show you
American
guys how to
people, which is
register to vote
why
if you
I
guys don't
intend to
know
create
after the debate if
an
you need that.
opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost
Alright,
of
sounds
living.
good.
I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs, and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world they laugh. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
That was quite fucking deplorable.
And that concludes what may be the first and only presidential election debate of this 2024 cycle. It was fascinating to watch.
No, you
two
fucking
candidates spar over more than an hour and a half. Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, on the offense for much of the debate against Donald Trump. And you could say she kept chumming the waters and Trump kept taking the bait. Repeatedly, she kind of avoided the subject of the question that she was asked, pivoted to something else in order to goat Donald Trump. And then he went there. He missed opportunities on issues like immigration and other things to really point out some big differences with Kamala Harris and some of the weaknesses that some voters believe that the Biden-Harris administration has.
Wait, what? When did she... What? What? Mods literally had to tell him to go back on topic 3 times. What is she talking about? She avoided the questions. We have video evidence of mods telling him to get back on topic. What is she talking about? Anyway, and y'all, I am gonna do debates, but before we get into the debates, for those of you who need to know how to register to vote, I'm gonna show you. It's very easy. It takes about 2 minutes to do. What you're gonna do is preferably on a laptop. But you could also use a tablet or phone if you must. I registered on my phone. You're gonna go to vote.gov. Not .org, not .com, .gov. It is safe to register online, yes. Registering online is perfectly safe, but we cannot vote online because of security reasons, obviously. But yes, registering online is perfectly safe. You're gonna go to vote.gov. Then, right here, it's pretty straightforward from here. You're gonna select your state or your territory. I'm gonna pick New Jersey, because that's where I'm from. And then it'll walk you right through how to do it. How to register and update your registration. If you're new to voting, which I feel like a lot of us are, you're gonna click Start or update your registration online. By the way, your deadline to register to vote is Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. Again, the last day to online register is Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. You can also register in person if you feel more inclined to do that, or if you aren't very trusting of the interwebs, which is perfectly understandable. But click start. This is the New Jersey version. They tell you everything you'll need. You will need your social security number and a driver's license or an ID. Your social security number, your driver's license, and your ID. Click get started. And this is all you have. Your eligibility, your identification. They'll ask you to click a political party affiliation. You don't have to do that, but you can. There's Democrat on there, Republican, I think Naturalist Party, Third Party, Independent, and 2 other options I'm not remembering properly. And then you press submit. It is like a 4-question questionnaire. Takes literally no time. And then once you click submit, you will be registered. If you registered previously, you do not have to register again. If you have to update your registration, for example, if you want to change your political party, or if your identification has changed, or maybe if your location, like your state, has changed, then updating that information would be very important. But yeah, we did see the debate, Stella. We just had a viewing party, actually. But yeah, again, if you need to register to vote, vote.gov will walk you through everything. Not vote.com, not vote.org, vote.gov. Anything involving voting, you're going to want to trust a site that ends in .gov, as that comes straight from the United States government. It doesn't get more trustworthy than that in reference to voting specifically. See at the top, an official website of the United States government? That's exactly what you want. Always.gov, exactly. Oh, you cannot register online in Texas. That's weird, but good to know. Odd, but good to know. Okay. L Texas indeed. Very much L Texas. I'm late. What did you think of the debate? I know Trump is a very questionable individual, and I heard that he was bad in the debates, but I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think it was that horrible. Like, I couldn't have imagined how bad he would be at debate. Genuinely. It's actually really terrible. Like, I wasn't prepared for how terrible that was. I don't know how do I turn my camera back around? I don't know how to turn my camera back around. It's so hard being technologically inept. Double tapping just makes me like my own live, which is really, really pathetic. You vote by going to what's it called? I don't think it's called a voting booth, but like there are designated places in your state that you can vote. If you just look up where can I vote and then enter your state, it'll give you the locations. This is my dorm room. Polling place. Voting booth? Okay. Room tour? I'll give you guys actually no, I can't give you a room tour because that'll make it really, really easy to find where I am. Because people already know where I go to school. I'm not gonna give you a room tour. I prefer being alive, actually. My preference is to live. What the fuck, man? No, it's okay, Soup. I would love to give you a room tour because my room looks fucking awesome. But yeah, I can't. All right, y'all. I'm gonna hit the restart. And we will go right back to our regularly scheduled programming. Not helpful.
Spent $6 trillion.
Hi. Did you watch the debate between Trump and Kamala?
I'm sorry?
Did you watch the debate between Trump and Kamala?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, okay, Trump was eating a bit at the start, but then Kamala absolutely two-pieced him at the end. I'm sorry, when she brought up those love letters to Kim Jong-un, I was floored.
Crazy work. But I don't think he was eating. I really don't think he was. I'm not even just saying that because I don't like him. He had a habit of pivoting really hard all the time. I feel like he only answered a question when he was asked it like once or twice. Every other time he just kind of veered off to speaking about the border or inflation because he knows it's what Republicans want to hear about, but it wasn't
Right.
actually conducive to the debate, I feel.
Not no shade. And the pivoting part is really important because remember they were asked about H group and that country and what's going on over there. Kamala, she responded and she was very much on topic. Like her response had everything to do with the question. Trump starts talking about the blue and yellow flag country.
Right. Like there were plenty of opportunities to speak about that, but that wasn't the time.
I'm just like, oh,
that was not the time. And like I didn't even really like Kamala's response when it came to talking about the watermelon country. But at the very least, every single word that came out of her mouth was on topic.
Right.
Like I didn't like it, but at least she was on topic. He can't relate.
You know, shade. I need a detective. Trump was anywhere but on topic, and I'm trying to look for where it is.
Where?
Right. Like.
Gasp! Where was he? Because it wasn't on topic. But thank you for coming up, my love. That's not relevant to this conversation, so I'm gonna move on.
All right,
but thank you.
It's not letting me
Bye-bye.
drop off panel. Please kick me.
I got you. All right. Moving on. I don't know if this person is a friendly or not. Someone called Paw Patrol is crazy. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm not 18, but I just wanted to say that you're so beautiful and not to let anybody get to you. You're so pretty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good
Bye-bye,
day.
darling. You too. That was sweet. But also, no children, respectfully. But that was very, very sweet. Thank you for the roses. Y'all, can we spam that share button real quick? Can we spam it? I've been itching for some debates aside from the one that we just saw. Spam the shares, like up the live, and please hop in the guest requests if you think being lesbian is wrong. And only if you think being lesbian is wrong. Oh. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. I don't think being lesbian is wrong. Effects? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't have the right to a baby. What does that even mean? Like, I think I know what you're trying to say, but I hope you know that it wasn't very effective. Like, huh? Like, I had to do the same mental gymnastics you had to do in order for me to understand what the fuck that even means. Crazy work. I love my new Rose toy from TikTok shop. It's crazy. The butterfly choker is from Spencer's. I keep kicking my tripod. I have to stop doing that. While we are waiting for ops to funnel in, I think lesbians are lovely individuals. I think lesbians deserve the absolute world and that they should be taken on very sweet, beautiful dates. And I want to take them on those dates. I want to take them on those dates. I do. I do have class tomorrow, but I'm in college, so I get to choose my classes, and I didn't choose any morning classes this entire semester because fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. I had an 8 a.m. I had 2 8 a.m. classes last semester. No. Not again. Not again. No. I refuse. Hi, Pink Tea. Thank you. Have you on the earliest I'm doing is 9:30. As you should. The ops are not present. Sure, maybe we'll try a new topic. We'll try body count. I'm impatient too, bestie. Yeah, my earliest class this entire semester is at noon. I refuse to be held down by early morning classes this semester. Fuck that shit. Purr. Good luck on your interview, darling. Fantasia, that's diabolical. I'm so sorry you have to go through that. Enhance background. Boop. Yes. Okay. I'm pretty than a motherfucker. Hoes be looking okay. Boop. Okay. I could put the fucking cross on my forehead again, but I don't think that's the vibe right now. I don't want to have to put a cross on my forehead to get engagement. That's a really dystopian way to live. Hey, we love a lead role in the local musical. Her. Bear, I don't want it to be the vibe. No, I don't want to give in. I don't want to give in. I don't want to have to put the fucking cross on my forehead. Well, we gotta do what we gotta do. It's crazy work. Love you more, darling. Hail Satan. No. Gots to see it. Gots to see it through, my boy. I had the upside down cross last time. But I feel like this beat is too cute. Like before, I had basically no makeup on. I had no makeup on and I just put the cross on. I had a fully bare face. And I put the cross on. That's one thing. But I don't want to put it on with this cute look. Oh, actually, you know what'll push out the live? Hitting a live goal. Hold on. Let's do... $12 high bears. See if we can get the live pushed out. I'll get some debates in here. Y'all, please hop in the Ask Requests if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. I'm not putting the cross on. I'm not doing it. Oh. I think you guys just hit... Well, you hit the goal. Period. Thank you. Y'all, please hop in the guest requests if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. This makeup look is too cute. Why aren't you in uniform? That's so fucking funny. What you mean? You hit the goal, put on the opinion on British people. I think British people have the propensity to be very hot, and then when they're not hot, they're incredibly terrible. Thank you, Ashley. I too am shook. What about gingers? Gingers are beautiful. I love me a ginger. Alright, let's take Faith's suggestion. We will attempt the 5 donuts. We just need to get one op in here. We just need to get one op in here and it'll get the ball rolling. I wish gingers were real. Crazy work. Don't have to guess the color of your underwear. Already know what.
Mijn Führer Hitler, mijn Führer. Ah, ah, ah.
I think if it wasn't a child, it would be less disturbing to me, but I feel very uncomfortable. I feel very, very uncomfortable. And anyways, I want to seek a trusted adult. Y'all, I don't think the ops are present. We might have to end the live. I'm not putting on the cross. Oh, they're back in the guest request. Let me block this person real quick. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 32.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
What's the question again?
Listen.
Oh, you said why should body count matter? Oh, I think because as a woman, we hold more value than men, in my opinion, and we shouldn't be out here just we're supposed to be looked at as luxury, so to speak. We are goddesses. We're looked at more versus a man.
So, when you say we're supposed to be looked at as luxury, you do realize how objectifying that is, right?
I don't
Like, you know,
realize-
people can't be luxury, so you're basically comparing them to like luxury goods, which are objects.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Can people be luxury?
Women, well, I wasn't saying it in a sort of speak of like Louis Vuitton type situation. I'm really meant to say goddess. We're goddesses. So we shouldn't have like 50 to 100 bodies on us. How do you feel about it?
I don't care.
Then why'd you put it up as a question? If you
As
didn't-
in, like, I don't care whether or not someone has a high body count. Like, I don't think it should matter.
I think you do care. I think you deeply really
Okay.
do care. Because I think maybe you had a lot of body count and somebody has shamed you for it. So it made you want to pull up the question. So you
My
do
body
care.
count is 11,
How old are you?
20.
I don't believe
This,
you.
this is, well, you don't have to. That's fine. But this isn't about me.
I think you care though.
I care about the women it affects.
Why?
But I don't, because it harms them. I don't think we should be harming women, especially for a double standard. Unless you think we should be harming women over a double standard, which is an interesting view to have.
No, but in the society that we lived in, that's how it's looked at.
And you
if we
think that's
start to-
okay?
Yeah.
So you do think it's okay to harm women?
I don't think it's okay to harm women.
This is actively harming women. And you're okay with it. So you're okay with harming women.
No, I'm not. I think that we shouldn't have hella bodies on us as women. We shouldn't. We should not have hella bodies on us.
So let me ask you this. If you hold this view for women but not for men, and you claim that it's because women are goddesses, where did you get that idea from?
Just life. Just experiences.
Just life.
Life and experiences. And growing up.
So
Now, think about
life
it.
has told
Think
you
about
that
it.
women are goddesses.
Yes. So think about it. Why is it that the view of a woman, so how do you view a woman? Or do you just don't care? Because I think like you probably don't care about nothing, so this is probably going to be an irrelevant debate. How do you think
I
women
care
are viewed?
about women being harmed. I mean, I know you can't relate to that, but like, I don't think body count should matter for women or men. And if you're going to say it matters for one, it should matter equally for the other. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite and your view is contradictory. And I
But
don't
that's
think
not how it is,
contradictory
though.
logic is how
that's
you
not-
should live your life.
But that's not how life is, though. If you think about it.
No,
this is
yeah,
why-
I know that's
why-
not how life is. I think that's gross, though. Holding a standard for women that you don't hold for men holds no point, and it only actively harms women. It's a contradictory view. Unless
So what
you
made
fuck
you-
with contradictory logic, because I don't.
So what made you ask this question?
I don't think women should be getting harmed.
So how do you know that women are getting harmed from that? You have people in the comments say that they've had men tell them
Statistics.
Exactly. So where do you think statistics come from? Do you think statistics are real or they just made up?
That they're real? Are you insinuating that statistics are fake?
No. So that means that so your statement okay, so you think that it's disgusting, right?
That what's disgusting? The double standard? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I'm gonna ask you again. Why are you asking this question?
Because the double standard harms women. No, Jacob. No. I think this is an important discussion. I will send you back your $10 if you want it.
Somebody said, please go to sleep. It's a man.
What?
Oh no, I was reading your live. I was reading your comments. That's what I'm responding to.
Okay. Could you like
Well, yeah.
stay
So that's
engaged?
just how. What you say?
Could you stay engaged?
Yeah, you had got unengaged, so it made me look at what you were saying. You're like, no, such and such, and then I went to look at the
Someone
comments.
sent me $10 to kick you.
Oh, okay. Well, I can get off. Shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask if you want to continue speaking
Oh
because I
yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
overrule it.
I do want to continue to keep speaking. I just personally feel like, okay, so this is just a thing. Like it's always gonna be that. It's always gonna be that men can literally do whatever they want. They can have sex with whomever. But for us women, we're not supposed to do that. And I definitely do agree. If I can go back and just have one sex partner, I would have. Cause that is looked up as luxury. Like it's looked up as not really, I don't even want to use the word luxury because that goes deeper. It's looked at, what's a good word I could use?
Okay, I'm asking you why this should be the case.
Why
Not
should,
why is it? Why should it?
are you, okay, let's just ask this question. Are you, what's your sexuality?
I'm pan.
What is that?
Pansexual. I'm attracted to people regardless of gender.
Oh, if like you're attracted to like their mind space?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, so you could be in love with a woman, right? Have you had sex with a woman before?
Yes.
Okay. Would you have sex with that woman if you known that she had 50 sex partners?
Yes.
What about 200?
As long as she's tested and that she has safe sex, I do not care. Matter of fact, I don't even ask people their body count because it's not relevant to me.
I think you are so capping right now. I
mean,
feel like
again,
I
you're,
feel
you're
like if you
allowed to
found
think
out,
that, but I have no reason to ask people their body count. Like,
but
how
I
does
think
that
you
serve
just doing,
me?
I think you just doing that for the live, cause ain't no way in hell you find out you like this girl so much and you find out she got 50 bodies, you gonna still be attracted to her. You're not.
It
You're gonna be
doesn't
like,
affect
ew,
me.
ew, like you don't
It
even.
doesn't. That doesn't affect me. Like, whatever she was doing before she knew me has nothing to do
If
with
you're
me.
attracted to the mind, this girl's giving, or this man is giving her body to a bunch of people, which means that she don't really value herself.
Well, no, you have that opinion. I don't.
So that's
Just
what it's
because
about.
you
It's about
think that people don't value themselves because they have sex, which is wild considering the majority of us are wired to want to have sex, biologically speaking anyway. Like, you hold that view. I don't value people based off of their past sexual partners because I wasn't there for that. And I should not be able to dictate whether or not someone should do something that they want to do with their body before they even know of my existence. Like, that's delusional as fuck.
It's not delusional. It's not delusional. It's not.
How is that not delusional?
Like, you literally would have sex with somebody who've had like 50 plus bodies on them, but you're
Well,
in
yeah,
tune
but you're
with
not
the,
explaining to me why that's not delusional. You're just repeating
because you
yourself.
just said you're pan, so you're more in tune with their mind. You gotta be in tune with the spirit as well.
I'm not spiritual.
Yes, you are. Cause how you in tune with the mind then? What is the mind connected to?
Having a conversation with someone is enough to be in tune with their mind. I'm not.
Nah,
I don't
you're
have to be
confused.
spiritual.
I think you're confused.
All right. Do you have like an actual argument, or are you just going to keep making really
This
weird
is an argument,
character?
'cause you could argue
well,
against what I'm
no,
saying.
you're not really arguing anything. You're just making like odd character judgments about me. Whenever I tell you something about myself, you don't know me at all, and you just go, "Nah." Like, that's not an argument. You can't just ask me a question, I answer the question, and then you're like, "I don't think you're answering the question the way I want you to answer the question." That's not an argument. That's speculation.
So you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I just wish you'd actually, like, engage. in
I
the
am
argument.
engaging. We are having an argument. Like, we had this whole conversation. I've been on here for a minute, so you can't say that we haven't had an argument. But we did, and it was interesting. That's why I got on here, and I'm following you. I think you're a very pretty girl, but maybe I'm not the person that you want to have this conversation with. So yeah, this was fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and let somebody else come up so I can hear and see if an argument come up and see if I'm missing something here.
Anyway. Thank you, Jacob. Yes, Queen, give us nothing. Hello?
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18,
What year were you born?
2005,
Okay, what month?
September.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yes.
Why is that?
Physically speaking, I'm not sure if you'll get offended, but physically speaking, their genitals goes loose the more that.
Well, I'm not offended. That's just misinformation.
Wait, what?
Like
Isn't
that's
it the more
that's
penetration
factually
that occurs,
incorrect.
the less sensory and like the less like intense the orgasm or something?
No.
Oh. Societally
The
speaking,
vagina is a muscle, so like other muscles, it contracts and relaxes. So when a woman is aroused, it'll relax, which helps make room for the penis. And when she's not aroused, it tightens back up.
no, but there's like been a study done on porn stars in particular, and porn stars who do like BBC and stuff.
Okay.
I'm not sure what part it is. I think it's like the ones that look like curtains. I don't know what the name of it is, what part, but apparently it like opens by like 3 centimeters. Like it just like loosens by 3 centimeters.
Can I please have this study? But also, what an interesting way to describe genitalia. That's crazy work. I just think you're talking about like a particular way that the vulva can look. And the vulva
Is that the vulva,
can look.
the flappy bit?
No, you're talking about the labia minora. The vulva is the entire thing. Like the minora, the majora, the vagina, like that encompasses the entire thing. The flappy bit is the labia minora. But that doesn't, like, sexual intercourse doesn't change that. You're predisposed to have a certain vulva shape.
So do you think that if there were studies and I could give you studies, would the physical
I'll take the
part, the
studies.
physical effect on the woman, would that make it more important, the body count?
Sure. Can I have them?
I'll look for it.
Okay.
I've seen it somewhere though. I'll look for it and I'll send the link if I can on private. Send you the link.
I'm never gonna get the study again, am I?
No, you are. I swear.
I
I'll
will
look
never.
for it.
I will never receive this study.
I saw it on social media. What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is that bad?
That's terrible.
Why?
You trust studies you find on social media? You gotta go on like the NIH or the WHO. Like you need impartial organizations. You can't
Why
be
do
getting that shit
people-
off Instagram and shit.
Why do people keep going, like, especially like if they know like a girl has a really high body count, why do people go, oh, I just know her pussy's loose? Like, what does that even mean?
It's a misconception. It's because we have terrible sexual education. Like, people genuinely think that the vagina gets looser with intercourse, but it's been disproven for several decades. That's just literally not accurate. But it's also a way to try and jab at a woman, because they know that women are raised to care about how they look, and they're told that their vagina is really important to their character. So if you tease them for how their vagina looks, then you're able to make them feel like shit. There's just no scientific backing behind it.
And do you think, so you're asking that question because you want it to matter as much as you want the body count for men to matter as much, or do you like not care for both?
I don't care for either.
Okay. I think that's it for me then.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Thank you for the debate. Thank you for giving me a voice.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Moving on to the next guest. Excuse me. W concession. I don't fucking know.
Yo, what's
Hello?
up?
Hi. How old are you?
22.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I never seen such a funny looking nigger before. I just think it's pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah. What's up, nigger? Do you want to go back to Africa?
I mean, I've never been to Africa, but interesting. Anyway, moving on to the next kiosk. Don't want to guess. Hello?
I'm a park filled with trees. Hello? That's
Hi.
just how I identify.
Okay, sure. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
That's not what it says. Can you read it what it says? That's two different questions.
Do you think body count should matter more for women but not for men?
That was correct question, yes, but I think you should say if it matters more than men. Yes, it does matter more than for men today. Why does
well, no,
it?
that's not what I'm asking.
That's how
Why should?
That's how I view it, and I can answer you why.
No, yeah, that's fine.
Why
But that's
it is
not
that
what I'm
way.
that's not what I'm asking you though, is the thing about that.
Well, I would say why does it matter
No,
more?
no. Should.
I can answer it your way if you want, but that's the correct way in my view.
That is quite literally how I asked the question. Yes, I would greatly appreciate it if you answered the question in the way that I initially proposed the question, if you please.
As I explained to you, I don't think it should be in any way. I think it is in a certain way for a certain reason.
Oh, okay. Period. Bye. How you gonna tell me how you want me to answer how you want me to ask the question? Cause you want another argument. The fuck? What are we doing? What the fuck? What are we doing? I don't understand. Roz, I got what you meant. You just didn't answer the question that I wanted you to answer, and then when you did, we ended up agreeing, so there's no conversation to be had. I already know it matters. That's why I'm asking this question. That's not the question I'm asking you. I'm saying it shouldn't matter because it currently does. The reading comprehension is on the floor. It's on the floor. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
38.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Under certain circumstances, I think it should.
Okay, could you elaborate?
Sure. So I think if a woman wants to have kids and stuff at some point in her life, if that's what she desires to do, she should probably take into consideration being more careful about being exposed to having a lot of partners. You know, that's the only.
But why should women do this but not men?
Oh well, I think men. Well, I think men should do it too if they also want to have kids. To be honest, but the fact of the matter is I don't. You know, they're not the ones that are, you know, having a baby. So I don't think that they think about it as much. I don't think it's a thought that goes into their mind as much.
Okay, but do you think this should be the case equally? Should, not is, just to clarify. Should.
I mean, for the most part, yeah, I do. I do think it should
In
be.
that case, you are not opposition. But thank you for coming up. Moving on to the next kiosk. Heavy on, I don't know how that affects like a future child, but alright. Turn the lights low, yeah. My favorite song. Thank you for the Rosa. Autumn? Autumn? Alright, well, bye bye bye. Who is this, Menya figure that you guys keep talking about? Are they in the guest request or are they just being annoying in the comments? Well, moving on.
Hey!
Hi!
What's up?
Nothing much. How are you?
Also, I just woke up.
Wait, what time is it for you?
6:38
Oh my god.
p.m.
Oh, PM.
No, a.m. Oof. I'm always getting confused with both two.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Just making sure.
Okay.
Just making sure. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Of course.
And why is that?
Cause
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 23. Woman.
Okay.
Would you buy a lock that can't be opened with every key in the world?
It depends on what I'm using the lock for.
But no one would buy a lock that
I want you to
every
be
key
honest.
can
I want you to be
open.
honest. I want you to be honest with me right now. I want you to be honest with me right now in this moment. I want you. Matter of fact, do you want me to hop off of my dorm building?
No.
Are you sure?
Why would you do that?
I'm just wondering. Is that something that you would like for me to do?
No.
Do you want me to nosedive off of my building? Yes or no?
No.
So then why are you putting me through the turmoil that you're putting me through right now?
I'm not putting you anywhere.
Why are you putting me through this turmoil that I'm facing right now?
Cause that's the exactly same thing.
Why are you talking like Deku as you're responding to this question?
Cause it's literally the same thing. Would you buy a car and let everyone drive on it?
Bestie, why? Why are you doing this? Because it says you've been here before. So I know you're trolling me and you're a supporter. Why are you doing this to me?
I'm not trolling. I'm just saying that women should save themselves to the wedding.
Y'all, I'm finna cry. You know what? I'm gonna pretend like you're not trolling me right now. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna pretend.
I'm really
like you're
not
trolling me right now.
trolling. This is my side on the story.
Okay. So, with the lock and the key analogy, again, it depends on what I want the lock for, right? In the event that I want the lock to keep something closed for like from the elements, but not from people, then every key being able to open the lock would be good.
No, it doesn't.
That would be good. Yeah, because it's protecting the thing from like the elements of the earth, but humans are still able to access it. It's like if you gave someone, like a bunch of people, the keys to a specific building. You want people to be able to access what's inside the building, but you don't want, like, you know, the outside world or animals or whatever the fuck to get in the building. So,
Okay,
like,
but
that'll be fine.
you don't gonna bring the keys of your house for the first person you're gonna meet on the street today.
Well, yeah, but you didn't say house. You just said a key. You just said lock and key in general.
Cause this is a term we use in Israel for that topic.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just saying that the analogy isn't great. Like it falls flat pretty easily.
Did you
Like, do
take
you have another analogy?
your house from Palestine family? Can you block him?
I'm sorry?
Can you block average? I can't read it. Never mind.
Oh, it's okay. What did they say?
He said that he asked if I took my house from a Palestine family.
Yo, why the fuck would you? Why would you ask that? Like dead ass. Why would you? Like, even if you're just playing, because I still think I'm being trolled right now. But like actually, don't say that. I'm sorry.
I'm just reading the comments.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to the people who are writing the comments. That's fucked up, y'all. Don't write that in the comments. I'm sorry that you went through that, my love.
It's fine. It's after effect of being Israeli.
I understand. But do you have like a better analogy? Maybe.
No, this is what we use, and in Israel we all agree about it, so we don't need another allergies.
Okay, but this analogy doesn't really work for what you're trying to tell me right now. So, like, do you have a better one? Because we already covered that doesn't really work well.
Let's say say it like that. Would you like it's too early in the morning to think about stuff. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, if you ever want to come back, you can. Hold on. I'm gonna do a little bit of. I'm gonna do a little. Oh wow, that's loud. That's so loud. I'm very curious to see if this person is a troll, because I genuinely cannot tell. Like, actually. But also, yeah. Guys, I know, free Palestine, but also the anti-Semitic rhetoric is not okay either. Or hold on. I'm also gonna get Twizzlers because I want Twizzlers. 1 second. Strawberry all the way. Sweet dreams, Quinn. And hi, Amanda.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
23.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Well, it depends on if I'm dating a woman.
Okay.
Because it's certain that a child is hers. But if I'm dating a woman and she has multiple partners, I'm not certain if it's my child. So if she has a high body count and she's also fucking other dudes,
Wait, what? If you're dating her, then why would she be fucking other people?
well, some people are like that, you know.
Are you?
Well, I'm
Because
not.
that would just be
No.
infidelity. That wouldn't have to do with body count. That would be cheating.
Well, that would be cheating. What if you're in an open relationship?
If you're in an open relationship, then you already agree that both of you are going to be having sex.
Well, not without a birth control, right?
Well, yeah, you should be wearing protection and have birth control. So,
Okay, then we agree. But you know, it's more about like the parental certainty for me personally.
paternity tests?
What?
Paternity tests?
Paternity tests?
Like DNA tests? But like in a dating scenario, if you're monogamous, this would not apply to you. Like at all. Also, when you leave the live, I can't hear you. Unless you're like Googling things. Well, they're gone. Moving on to the next guest. Hello?
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I am 30.
Okay. And do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Before, I like to apologize for Roy, my fellow country person, for not knowing what a paternity test is.
Thank you for the DJ glasses.
Should it matter? I think one of those body counts, I don't know, that body count word, I don't know. I think it's bullshit.
Oh. Period.
Everyone should just, do what they want, and when you're in a relationship, you have restrictions, and that's it.
Okay. Period. Well, thank you for being here.
Why would it matter? I don't get it.
To some people, it does matter. I think it usually matters because it deflates people's egos when they realize that someone has like a point of comparison.
Okay, so
But,
if you have
like-
20 and I have 10, but we go off good, we vibe good together, and we go dating, and then I'm invested into you. I'm not invested in your past. If you had 20 persons that you have sex with in the past, you could have changed from that point on, and now you want something serious. You were exploring, you were finding yourself, for example.
You would think that, but some people have a hard time grasping that shit. But thank you for coming up.
Probably not grown up enough.
True.
No, Troy's not trying to hit it off. But no problem.
Bye bye. All right. As far as the previous guest, she might have just had like very severe anxiety, but in her own videos, she sounded fine. But like that was a very one-off situation in her video, so for all I know, she usually sounds that way. I don't know. But genuinely, if she had like a speech impediment or something, like that was fucking shitty of me. And I hope that if she comes back, if she like actually wasn't trolling me, I get to apologize to her. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 18, if that's bad.
No, it's fine. What year were you born?
2006.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
I think low-key, this is the way I put it in, right? If it's before the relationship, then who the hell cares? Because that's the person you met before. It shouldn't really care. And plus, who are you to judge them by that, you know? I say don't judge anybody because of their past, because why the hell would I care, you know? And the only reason why I genuinely came up here, right, is because Roy was making some straight stupid claims, and I wanted to just disprove all of them.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come up here.
Of course.
See ya.
Bye bye. All right. Moving on to the next guest.
The filler episodes can be
Hello? Oh? I suppose it was an accident? If you're EP, go to sleep. It's okay. I will allow it to slide. Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm gonna assume this was a pocket mistake. Good night, Caro. Good night to anyone who's tired. Fully take the time to go to sleep. It is okay. I will be here tomorrow. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
Hi. Not too bad, thank you. You're really pretty, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're just...
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
I was just thinking about it before. I really don't. I know I'm probably some men in the comments will like, oh, it's another woman, but it's like, sorry, I'm trying to find my words. I think it's just too much of an ego trip and a control thing and from where I see it from a man's point of view. It's like, it's not their body, it's my body at the end of the day. I mean, if I went through life giving a fuck what other people thought about me, I'd be an absolute mess. And I'm my own person, my own human being. And if they can go around and do it all they want, then what's wrong with me doing it for myself, As long as I'm faithful in my relationship, as long as I'm faithful to the person I'm with, that's all that should ever matter. Yeah. It's not fair for other people to put their expectations on other people to be a certain way because that's a box they want to shove other people into. I don't fit into their box. I'm not a part of their world. I'm not my life, my rules, my what I do with my life. It's like, why should I?
I completely agree, but I'm only looking for opposition, and it sounds like you're not opposition at all. So. I appreciate your perspective, period. Yeah. Very much, period.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
I'm going to have to move on. But thank you for coming up, my love.
Yeah, have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye bye. Alright. Oh, just to clarify, please only request if you're opposition. Please only request if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. Please. But she does get a pass because she was adorable. So I let it slide. Hello?
That's not my opposition, so me too.
Oh.
I didn't read first. I agree that it should it should be equally matter to both because
But hold on. You're not opposition. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Let's move
I'm
on.
not.
But thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Oh, to the person who asked where Tashika is, she got bananaed on her first 2 accounts. Her what's it called? Her 3rd account is linked on my TikTok story, and it's also in my Discord announcements under the Crystal Ball channel. So you can find it there. But she was also on Twitch. Yes, that is true. Oh, she's live on Twitch right now. Dope. Hello?
How do I do this?
How do you do what?
Oh, you can't hear me. I was wondering if the audio was on. Hello.
Oh yeah, hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Oh, okay. So I'm really big on respecting my body. And so I believe that the reason why people think that it is more important for women to respect their bodies than it is men, or why men think that, because I don't think a lot of women, as many women as men think that, of course, it's because, okay, an analogy I heard recently was you have a cup. The cup is full of water.
No, bestie, no.
With guys,
please.
if you put dirt on the outside of the cup, you can wash it off. But if you put dirt on the inside of the cup, you can't just get the dirt out of it. You know.
And if you wear gloves when you put your finger in the cup, it wouldn't matter.
That is very true, but those gloves break. And
okay, water can be purified.
Yes, in a way, but the analogy, well, what they told us when I remember in middle school, I don't know why they show you this in middle school, but in middle school, they show the video, or they tell you about how every single person that you have sex with, every partner that they have, then go along with you. Like every partner that they've come in contact, that's for both sex. It doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. Whatever they have, you're going to carry with you. And so every single partner that they've had, you then have that. And for a woman, I just feel like
Bestie, they lied to you. They lied to you, bestie. I'm sorry.
They said that in middle school.
They're liars.
So you can just wash it off? You can just wash it out?
Well, no, it's not that you can necessarily like wash it out, but like when it comes to, are they referring to like bacteria or DNA, or like what exactly were they saying sticks with you?
They were talking about
what is
STDs.
it? Oh, well, it depends on the STD, but like some of them are curable. Like not all of them are damning you to the depths, but like men and women can both get STDs.
This is true, but if you think about it this way, so when we get like different sicknesses and things like that, all of the different bacterias and all of that they're always inside of us. They just turn into good bacteria. So like when you're having sex with different people, everything that they have is now inside of you, and that just doesn't go away. So, I mean, I think that it kind of counts for both sex. I'm not okay with that, but I can see the man's perspective why they think it's nasty, why they think that it's not okay for women, because they feel like women should have more respect for themselves because they hold women to a higher standard. So it's like they want...
But do you think that's fair?
It's not that I think it's fair, because I think that they should have respect for themselves too. But I'm very open to seeing like both sides of a story, so I can understand why a guy would see that was nasty. And women are a lot more open to a man that is, having sex with other people. They're open to. Women are open to a man going outside and having sex with a whole bunch of women and then still accepting them, because women are looking for that fairy tale guy, you know what I mean? So even if he has a past, it's like, okay, the past is okay as long as you're going to be my fairy tale. But a man they have standards when it comes to that, where they don't want a woman that's had a past or that has slept with a whole bunch of women. If they're considered a hoe, they don't want a hoe. They just want to sleep with her and they want to move past it. But if a woman finds, which they don't even call men hoes half the time, but usually they are, if a woman finds a hoe, they're more accepting to it. They're more, they're not as judging to it. They're more accepting to whatever they come with. So.
Okay, but do you think they should apply this principle to women more than they apply it to men?
No, I do not, but I can understand the perspective is all I'm saying. I don't agree. I think that the double standards is definitely not okay, because just because you have a different sex part than me doesn't mean that you should hold me to a different standard than yourself. But I definitely understand why. So I don't know if you believe in God or the Bible, but it says when you find a wife, you find a good thing. So they're trying to find something good. And even if they're bad, they want to find something good. They want to find something to make them better, to, help build them up. So whenever they feel like it's not everything in their standards, I don't feel like all guys are willing to settle for that.
No, I know the perspective of the man. I know multiple perspectives of the man. I just don't think that they validify their views at all. Like I can understand how a man comes to this conclusion, but the conclusion is just shit. And the reasoning is actually pretty shit a lot of the time also. But being able to see the other perspective is a valuable skill. But it doesn't sound like your opposition then.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I think that both should.
Bestie.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, I can see from the opposition's perspective, so I definitely understand why they feel why they do, Okay. It's just not that I agree.
Well, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Moving on to the next guest. Y'all, please hop in the guest quest if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 19.
Okay. What year were you born?
2005.
Okay. Do you think body count should matter for women but not for men?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Why is that?
Like, you hear about men getting bodies all the time, but women, it's like, it's exceptionally rare. It absolutely matters more. Because, like, think about it. Like, all of these Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy. You hear about these people dropping bodies all the time. Name one female who drops bodies. Name one girl. It absolutely, like, you hear that and you're like, whoa, what?
I hate you.
If I see you again to do, I've done this 3 times now. Every time I'm just like, all right, watch this shit.
Fuck's sake. Just to clarify for anyone who may be confused in the audience, when I say body count, I am not talking about that kind. Just so we all are aware. Oh, also, Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal are in the bio if you want to support me, or if you think I'm hot and sexy. I will take the money for either reason. I am EP, but I've been EP every day, all the time. Actually, the only reason why I found it funny is because of how long she was able to keep me bamboozled. Like she carried the bit pretty well. I have Monopoly money. Hello?
Damn, baby, you beautiful.
Oh, you're a boy? Oh, I'm sorry for misgendering you. He was able to set the joke up very well. Hello?
Hello,
Hi. How old are you?
20.
Dylan.
Yes, I want to say I'm sorry and I miss you guys and that I messed up and that I wanted to come up and just say one last time, just say hi.
Okay. Well, while I appreciate the sentiment, I did tell you multiple times that I didn't think it was appropriate to like pop up on the live, and I feel like it's a little fucked up for you to forego my boundaries by coming on an alt account.
Okay, sorry. I want to say hi. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, for me, it should matter more for women. This should matter more for men than women. In my opinion, men get more choice to put the thing in the V, to put the P in the V than women do. So I think it should matter way more for women, for men than women. If I were a guy, I would choose a man more than a woman. Just saying.
Well, that's an interesting perspective. One that I haven't necessarily heard. So, thank you.
So I think men have more choice when it comes to what happens. Meanwhile, women have less of a choice. I think more likely to be great if women over men, more likely to more of a choice to when they're doing that deed, men over women. Men can kick it out women. So you can get out much. So it should matter more for men. I feel it should matter more for men than women.
Oh, I heard like the beginning of that, but could you repeat what you said in the middle?
That when you have the deed, it's more of a man's choice to do the deed, put the P in the V, than a woman's choice. And so I think the man, I think it's more my choice than a woman's choice. And I think it's also really important because more likely to be women are more likely to be raped and incest or or all that stuff. So I think men are likely to be raped by women and stuff. So it should matter way more from men because they're more likely to do the sever, assault, and all that dumb stuff men do that I don't do because I don't believe in that.
Oh, well, thank you for coming up.
Am I wrong or am I right? Or am I...
No, I think that it's a fair view. I think that it shouldn't matter for either, but I understand how you came to your conclusion, because honestly, men do a lot of the sexually deviant things in society, including things like rape and other things like that. So I agree with that part.
I know you say, I know I do agree with you, but it just feel like it gives more like, I believe, when I think of that, I think more like, I think I have more to do in the process than women do.
Like the process of having like the intercourse?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess that depends on
like
if the woman is freaky or not, but
the P&D.
I mean, like it definitely depends on what the particularities are, but I understand your perspective. I just really would prefer if moving forward, you could like respect my boundaries next time, please.
Sorry. You think I'll ever be able to go live ever again or no?
I don't think on my platform that would be wise. I think if you want to go live, you should probably do that on your own.
But I want to know, I'm really sorry. And also, one thing I'm thinking about is about your lives for disability. Like, I'm excited for that. You know why? Because every people are raw and more mean when I'm not there compared to when I'm there. People are to be like, oh, he has a disability, really nice. And then when we're not there, they can be meaner and stuff. So for disability live, I'm excited for that. So
No, that has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the terrible people on the internet. Speaking of which, I'm scanning the comments right now. If I see any more ableism, because I've been muting you motherfuckers. If I see one more ableist comment, I don't care if you follow me or not, I'm blocking you, and you will never see me again. Don't do that shit here. But thank you for coming up, Dylan. Just please respect my boundaries from here on. Respectfully, I don't think that platforming you would be fair to my supporters.
I'm sorry that I changed my mind. I didn't mean that. I was sick and I won't do it again and stuff.
Okay. Well, thank you.
But I'm just saying, but if I change and say I'm sorry, can we come back up again or never?
As friends, I think we could definitely like work on our friendship, but I don't think having you on my platform, at least for the foreseeable future, would be fair.
Yeah, maybe in like 5 years or something.
Maybe.
Or 20 years.
Oh, Sam just sent me $10, so I have to kick you. But
Oh wait, thank you, Sam. $10, Sam. Yay, $10. Bye. You'll pay richer.
oh, okay. But no, asking what he's saying is not ableist. Even he himself has a hard time understanding what he says if you play a recording of his own voice back at him. I'm talking about people that were using it pronouns for him. Or that one comment about I don't like where my taxpayer dollars are going. That snide shit like that, I don't tolerate that. But asking what he's saying is fine. I'm kind of okay. I've been worse, I guess. Glohan, should I just tell them what happened? Or should I just keep it under wraps? I know you guys want to know, but usually this is at like the discretion of me and my mods. Glohan, do you think it would be the vibe, or do you think I just shouldn't? Because usually I would ask for Caro. I think we should just let them know the views on the line. Fair. Okay. Well, considering a lot of you follow him, I will just give you a summary. I'm not going to be specific. Your privacy? Well, what do you... With all due respect, Dylan, I'm not quite sure what you mean by your privacy, because the things that I'm gonna say, you did say on multiple public platforms in front of thousands of people. So... I don't think that's necessarily fair to say. But to summarize, Dylan had been on a few lives, and a few of his views were passed down from his family onto him, so he didn't really unpack them. And they weren't very good views. Let's just say he's unpacking them now, but politically and logically, as far as religion, the views were not aligning. It's not because he's religious. I have Christian friends. That's not. I don't give a fuck. Views regarding who he would be voting for. And, you know, religion and how in your hands it is to choose. Now, to clarify, he now realizes that what he said is wrong. But, I told him I would no longer be platforming him. So. He did apologize. We are still debating. I just wanna... Also, yeah, I am an atheist. If you don't fuck with that, that's fine. But, like, I don't believe in God or any God. But yeah. I'm not gonna be platforming him anymore. Especially because the kinds of views he had don't align with my audience. And my audience are a lot of his followers. Because I sent my audience over to follow him. So, yeah. Which is why I said I had a boundary, because he came here on an alt account. And that's not respecting my boundaries. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. I'm not gonna explain further, but there's that. Okay. Debate time. I'm okay. Thank you, Cam. I've considered it, Annie, but I don't think that that's entirely necessary. I'm still trying to figure it out. Hello?
Hi. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry. Can you? Okay, sweet. Hi. I'm going to straight up say that I completely agree with you, but I just want to add something to the argument that not a lot of people think
but
about.
How old are you?
20. 04, baby. Okay, so I study biology, and the thing is, a lot of these like men like to think that like it's biologically like
They love that point. They love that point.
but it's
so
actually
much.
false. So primates actually are matriarchal mostly, and well, not like all of them, obviously like chimpanzees and stuff, but bonobos especially are matriarchal. And what happens is they actually fuck a lot of people, and biologically we mostly descended from a matriarchal society, but male researchers, Darwinian theory, it's only really been brought to light recently because of like female biologists that have actually come into the field and been like, hey, you guys are wrong. And then it's kind of hard because science is a really male dominated field. It's really frustrating, but whatever. But they're actually wrong. Bonobos actually are matriarchal, and we most likely descended from them. They're one of our closest primates. And the women actually have the body counts. And lemurs treat them in like shit, and they get away with it. It's so funny. It's so funny. Lemurs literally bully men. They bully the male lemurs. They bully the male lemurs, and they still, like, they throw food at them, and they, like, give them their scraps of food. It's so funny. Sorry. But, yeah, just want to say the biology argument that everyone literally talks about is wrong. And
period.
But yeah, I just thought that would be an interesting point for you to make. I read this all in Lucy Cook's book. It's called Bitch. It's about female biology.
Oh, I have to.
Hang on, I'll comment the Bitch by Lucy Cook. That's the book I read. That talks about all of this specifically. But yeah, I study biology, so I fuck with that heavy. But yeah, I just wanted to add that to the argument.
Thank you
And
very
yeah,
much.
for all feminist, science, STEM ladies, it is a must read. I love it.
Yo, this cover. This cover.
She never talks about praying mantises though.
This cover is everything.
I've got the one with praying mantis on it, and she doesn't talk about praying mantises. I was
There's
so
multiple
disappointed.
editions. Oh, that actually is very upsetting.
Yeah, but she was like, everyone's asking me if I write about praying mantises, and I'm like, girl, she writes about other insects and stuff. So
fair enough.
Which I feel like is fair because everyone expects praying mantis, but
True.
turns out
I wasn't
insects are very
expecting lemurs.
matriarchal.
Period.
Animal Kingdom is extremely matriarchal,
and we love
and
to see
everyone's like, no, it's all patriarchal. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, so that's my little 2 cents for this conversation.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Black widows, yeah, they talk about black widows in the
Oh
book.
yeah, they matriarchal as fuck.
Oh yeah, they talk about so much stuff. And yeah,
The title again, it is Bitch
yeah,
by Lucy Cook.
yeah, it's
Again,
a really good book.
that's BITCH
Yep.
by Lucy Cook. Cook with
Yeah.
an E.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming up and imparting this beautiful knowledge upon us today.
You're welcome. I thought you might like that. You can research it as well, like do some research. So you can just be like, hey, if you get a man on here being like, it's my biological right to mate with as many females as I want, you can be like,
Which
no.
is so gross but so accurate.
I know, they always say that. I'm like, no, that's so wrong. You're so wrong.
Period.
But yeah,
Well, thank you very much, my love.
no worries. You are also very beautiful, and I just want to say that.
All right.
Yeah.
Also, your voice is very pretty.
I'm Australian. That's maybe it's the accent.
But it's not just the accent though. Like the pitch of your voice is very soothing.
Thank you. Hopefully, I can use it when I become a scientist and lull people to
Period.
sleep.
Give those conferences. Purr.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Oh my
enjoy the
God.
rest of your
My
day. my love.
lifelong dream to study with Lucy Cook. Oh,
You know what? Honestly, like considering how few like women we have in STEM that are like pushed to the forefront, because there are a lot of women in STEM, but they're just not really like
yeah.
spoken about. Honestly, that might be a pretty realistic goal.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so one day. But
I think
I
you
gotta
can do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's my goal. That's my goal. Period.
Well, thank
Yeah.
you. Enjoy
No
the rest of your day, my love.
You too. I just wanted to say my little 2 cents. Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Moving on to the next kiosk. The next kiosk. Hello?
Hello?
No.
Hello?
No. 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 That gave very much 9. That gave very much 9 years old. It gave very much sperm cell. It gave very much primordial soup. You know? I'm very reminiscent of placenta. You know? Yeah. I don't think we have any ops in the guest request right now. Arthur, don't. Y'all, do you think I should just end the live here? No. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like the overwhelming consensus is no. Thank you, Lainey. It's not that I need to, it's just we don't have any option here. So you guys could like spam the fucking share button if you want. Try and get the live sent out, but we don't have any ops. Oppression? Question mark. Thank you for the rose. We can try finger hearts, and we can try 20 of them. And if you guys reach this goal, it'll send the live out. I make my goals very easy to achieve on purpose. Ooh, that was very, very quick. That was incredibly quick. Period. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh my gosh. And thank you for the roses. Yes, shares. Her. And thank you for the tiny dinies. Oh my gosh. It was 2 seconds. That was quick as fuck. Nobody even had a chance. And y'all, please hop in the Ask Quest if you think body count should matter for women but not for men. See, what time is it? 12:24. Views are actually dropping, deadass. Okay, High Priestess, then hop in the guest requests. My supporters are bored, and they are hungry for entertainment. Thank you for the $20, Dylan. He said, get some rest. Are you not in college? I am in college. Yes. Yes, I am. Oh no, I'm scared. I just wanted to share. Alright. Fair enough. I function, but I don't necessarily function well. I am taking art. I'm taking art, but I also take other courses because that's how the curriculum works here. It's awesome. I'm 20 years old, Rosie, with no E. But my plan is to get my degree in visual arts and then to become an art teacher. I'm gonna get my master's in art education, and then I'm gonna become an art prof. And it's gonna be great. Both, exactly. Oh, thank you. I hope I make a great teacher. Thank you guys. That's genuinely, like, actually very encouraging. Thank you. Because getting this degree is hard as fuck. Very hard. Can we see some of your art? Sure. Holds on. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I guess this is gonna be chill. I guess this is gonna be chill. I'll just take a little bit of time to just vibe so you guys can get to know me a little bit more as a person. So we will now be entering chill live mode. But hold on. Let's take the background off. That's my bed. I made this with chicken wire. Oh, with chicken wire and wisteria and stuff. Holds one. Oh wait, I gotta pull up the socks. I gotta pull up the socks. I hate having the light on in here, so I kind of just keep a singular lamp, and then I'll have my lights over here sometimes. But here's a very, very simple. Oh, now it's overexposed. Here's a very, very simple charcoal drawing I did like a year or two ago. It's nothing crazy. This painting is on my Instagram as we speak. I focus mostly on graphic design, and I actually have my portfolio, but it's digital. I could put it in the Discord if you guys want it. But my favorite physical piece is this one. Oh shit, it looks like a chunk of paint got off of it. That's unfortunate. But it's based off of a painting I saw in a museum. This is my favorite piece I've done so far. I want to do more big pieces like this. It's like graphic design, but painting it. I think I'm finding my art style finally. Took me long enough. Shit. But yeah, I'm actually really proud of this piece. I love it so much. And speaking of, I'm supposed to hang it up in my goddamn room. I just haven't had the time because I've been going on live so often. But I love you all very much, so I don't regret a damn thing. And as far as my graphic design portfolio, I can take you all on a little bit of a journey. I'll try and go on here real quick. I'll look up my portfolio on my laptop and show you guys by turning my camera around. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to turn my camera back around because I, as we've seen previously, am not good at navigating navigating the clock app. Oh, you can look me up on LinkedIn. It's actually pretty funny. Do I have to, do I have to go all the way to Adobe for this shit? Really? My gosh. But yeah, I hope, I couldn't read your comments as they were passing, so I hope you guys like it and that you don't actively hate my art, because that would actually make me kind of sad. But hold on. It's hot as fucking her. There we go. Get a little bit of, what a little bit of, and it's falling. Load, gosh darn it. Okay, thank you. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, I got my Wisterias from Shein. But you can also get them from Amazon. They're basically everywhere. And you can get them in multiple colors. You can get them in purple, light blue, dark blue, pink, white. They have a lot of them. But hold on. Okay, this is my portfolio website. Let's start at the bottom. Okay, actually, I'll go in preview mode. This is just a cute little illustration. Nothing too crazy. She's aight. This is again me developing my art style. And at the top you have the blurb. Illustrations inspired by resentment toward the American school system and its mistreatment of its students of all kinds. I use Procreate and Adobe. Here's the other one. The kid standing on a fridge, looking at all of their accomplishments. And then with the accomplishments, they want the school to be lit on fire. Which basically sums up my school experience. Oh wait, let's go back to preview mode. Let's go here. All right, let's keep looking at stuff. This is a poster that I made because I used to be a teacher's assistant here on Brown's campus, and I had to make this poster for my students' live performances because it was a performance art class. So there's that. And then taking a gap year per going to Brown is crazy. Thank you, Glohan. Here's a different version of that, but this one was for the exhibition rather than just the performances themselves. This one has a QR code, it's blue, really nothing to see here. This one is a zine or zine, I don't really know how to pronounce it, that I had to make, where all of the text was AI generated, but all the designs are made by me. This one is on tattooing. I love this page so much. I fucking love this page. It's zine per. Debating about what? Oh, and then this is a video of me turning the pages with my nails that I did myself. The nails ate more than the booklet, honestly. The nails ate down. 8 nails, question mark? Oh, you made a zine about body inclusivity? That's fucking fire. Okay. Continuing on. We have this poster that is inspired by my ex. That is my ex. She is a trans woman. I was experimenting with the collage style. So that is what that is. She is still very near and dear to my heart. She's just a little crazy. But aren't we all? And this is branding for, we say, what do we say for kinda? I guess we can say W? I guess we can say W? She's cool. She just needs a little bit of mental help. But yeah, this is basically a fake brand that I made for a project. I made the 3D models and shit. And I designed all these characters from scratch. I also made up the name of the brand, the concept. This is the mock sleeve that I would put on the can. This is the character in question, and they have a companion. They have a lemon-themed companion. I used kanji because I just think typographically kanji looks cooler than English. English characters anyway. Here is their lemon companion. This one's my favorite. This is the lemon taste flavor sleeve, and this is the little cutie in question. The version of their logo. And I think I have one more thing. I had to make social media posts for a symposium that we had here on campus. And I decided to go with the collage style again because I actually really enjoy digital collaging. So all of these artists are real people that I have met that are very successful in their fields, and they all came to Brown to give a symposium. I was tasked with making these posts for the visual arts social media page on Insta. And this is what I came up with. And I think they were pretty cute. They served their purpose. And this post is still up to this day. So yeah. I have not created nearly as much as I would have liked at my time here, but I have done. Actually, now that I'm taking a step back to look at my work, I'm kind of proud of myself actually. So I don't know who asked to see my art, but whoever asked to see my art, thank you. This actually really boosted my confidence. And also thank you all for telling me how much you appreciate my art, because that's actually very kind. I think, should I end the live here? Do you want to do like a Q&A or some shit, or like a story time or something? I don't know. I am pansexual. I'm very into women. I'm very, very into women. I'm quite eepy. Send me to eep. Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Bow, bow, bow. Bow. Good night, Gohan. I love you. My favorite musical artist is Doja Cat. Don't flame me. Don't flame me. Not because she doesn't make good music, but because she's an intriguing individual, to say the least. My boobs look enormous. Oh my god. What? Oh, I'm just gonna. Okay. Would you ever consider animating? I've tried it, and I'm scared to animate. I just feel really uncomfortable now. Like, I feel very hyper aware. Cause like, I don't think any of you consented to seeing my knockers. I'm just gonna put a cardigan on. I'm just, yeah. I consent. Why can't any of y'all spell consent? Why can't any of y'all spell consent? Words are hard. Hey, yo. Now you need a PSL is crazy work. I will never, ever fall victim to the pumpkin spice latte. I continent, you're done. You're done. You're done. It's the thought that counts. Okay. I croissant. Lainey, you came here to get called out. You will cope with being called out. Thank you. Let me see. Story time. I think I'll end the live at 1 o'clock my time, which would be 18 minutes from now. But let's see. Story time. Every story time that comes to mind is really dark and involves like a crime. So I don't know if that's the move. I'm just trying to think of something quirky. Oh wait! I can tell you guys about the time I got hit by a bus. Do you guys want to know about the time I got hit by a bus? I coquette is crazy. Y'all want to know about the time I got hit by a bus? Yeah? Regina George Core heavy. Period. Okay. So, when I was in freshman year of high school, I was crossing the street to try and take the bus to get on, the bus to go home. And I was going to miss the bus, and I was with my best friend at the time, who's no longer my best friend for a good reason. And she was like, just cross the street. And I was like, what do you mean just cross the street? She's like, yeah, just cross the street. I'm like, in the middle of the road though? Like, I don't know if I'll be able to, yeah, you should just cross the street. I'm okay, I'll just cross the street. So it was a red light. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll just cross the street. Yeah, I'll just, I'll just cross the street. And then I got to the middle of the street and then I was on the floor. So I look up because I don't remember being on the floor. Because I don't recall having my ass parked on the floor. And then I see a bus and I put 2 and 2 together and I'm like, if 1 bus plus 1 jaywalking equals 2 hit by bus, then that must mean, so I stand up. And then I go across to the other side of the road because now this bus driver has paused just in time to not actually cause me any damage. I didn't sustain any injuries from this. I had like a tiny scrape right here. That's it. I didn't sustain a single injury. However, people got off the bus to tell me I should have laid on the ground so I could collect money from a lawsuit. They told me to lay back down on the ground for the lawsuit money. But the funniest and also most unfortunate part of the story is that there was a woman inside the bus who was holding on to one of the poles to keep you like standing upright when the bus is moving and there's no more seating. When the bus took a hard break, so it wouldn't end my life, she hit her head on one of the poles. So we shared a paramedics vehicle. I was completely unscathed and left the unit in 20 minutes. And when I left, she was still there. So despite the fact that I was the one who was hit by the bus, I think she might have gotten a concussion from just standing inside the bus. So she was more hurt than I was, and I'm the one who got hit by the bus. So yeah. I was scared to sue because I was the one who was jaywalking. So I never sued. But yeah. What's the weirdest thing you have in your home? Weird to me or weird to you? Sam, are you Deadpool? I might be. Weird to me or weird to like the rest of society? Because I have like 14 toys, but I don't find that weird because I have 14 of them. So it's actually quite normal here. Weird to me? Let me see. I mean, I guess the weirdest thing would be this figure that I got from my friend Kai. But it's only weird because, like, it's a little individual dressed as a crow. Like, that's the only weird thing about it. But it's adorable. Like, it's just outlandish in nature, but, like, it's adorable. And I forget the brand. Hirono? You have these? That's awesome. I've wanted to start collecting these, but, like, I can never justify spending $15 on a figure that I only look at. But maybe I should start. Maybe I don't need to justify it. Maybe I'm just allowed to have nice things. But yeah, it's adorable. And the eyes are embedded. Like, they have like a 3D element to them. And there's a like glossy plastic on top. It's really, really, really cute. But that technically would be the weirdest thing in here, I think. Do you have any pets? I don't. I don't have pets because I live in a college dorm. But if I wanted like mental health accommodations, I could get a pet. And if I could, I would get a cat. I can't have a cat though because I live with my grandmother for the like 3 months out of the year. And she actually, another story time. When my grandmother was little, someone threw a cat outside of their window and it landed on her head. And now she's traumatized and will not allow a cat in the home. But if I got a cat, I wouldn't be able to take it with me into the house because she's terrified of them now because she's been traumatized. So I'll be getting my cat when I get my master's and have my own house. So get a rabbit, but like I can't really sleep with my rabbit because they be shitting. Like you can't, it's hard to train rabbits. Like they be shitting everywhere. It's the same reason why I wouldn't get a bird. Like Tashika has a bird and I love Zephyr, but he shits everywhere. He shits everywhere. Tashika and I were sleeping one night. He shat on her face. On her face. So, I don't think... No. Lainey, please. No. No, yeah, birds are smart as fuck. Zephyr's very intelligent. He just shits everywhere. I guess Tashika didn't, like, train him for that particularly. But, like, whenever she sings, he mimics her. He must have did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. There's no... Yeah. No, yeah, Zephyr's adorable. I love Zephyr. But he's a menace. He's very much a menace. Do you have isopods? Oh, that's fire, actually. Get a corn snake? Should I? Because I know Verena on YouTube has a corn snake. And her corn snake is adorable. He does have Tashika's personality. He also has a foot fetish. He gives us kisses by, like, pecking us really lightly. He pecks us on our feet all the time. Like, over and over again. Like it's not just like this. It's, like, on our feet. For, like, several second intervals at a time. Zephyr's a little sloot. A little whore. A little Jezebelina, if you will. What kind of bird? I think a cockatiel? I could be wrong. Hold on. Yep, cockatiel. The ones with the little orange cheeks. Oh, you had a cockatiel named Shadow? Oh wait, sobs? Have they passed? I'm so sorry. But I really do want like a pet cat. I would love little kitty. I'm sorry for your loss, Killjoy. Let's see. Do I have any more entertaining things to tell you for the next 7 minutes? Oh, you have a cockatiel. You have a cockatiel too. That's awesome. You fostered a dog. That's fire. I accepted a really good job offer today. I love that for you. Congratulations. That's actually like genuinely really fucking cool. Do you have a favorite show? Right now it's Bridgerton. Don't spoil anything for me. If you spoil a single thing about Bridgerton for me, I will never forgive you. Genuinely. I will block you. Do you guys fuck with Sanrio? I love Sanrio. I love Sanrio so much. Who's your guys' favorite Sanrio character? Because I fuck with Karomi real heavy. I feel like that's pretty evident. But I also, my favorite is definitely Cinnamoroll though. I love me some Cinnamoroll. And I love the little twin stars too. Choco Cat? Choco Cat's very underrated. I've never heard of Cherry and Berry. Cherry and Berry Sanrio. Pum Pumperin is so cute. Hello Kitty is the classic though. Love Hello Kitty. Oh my gosh, wait, they're so cute. There are so many underrated Sanrio characters. I feel like I learn about a new one every time I bring it up. Gudetama is really cute. Have you guys seen the Gudetama show on Netflix? The animation is top tier, like unironically. It is some of the best animation I've ever seen in my life. Sincerely. Like they poured their heart and soul into the animation for real. The way that they captured the translucency in the yolk, crazy work. Sweet dreams, Carla Belle. The sweetest of dreams, my love. Good night to anyone who needs to sleep. Okay, I have one more task for y'all. I'm trying to pick out my backpack. I still haven't bought a backpack this year. I've been using my old backpack. And I want to get this faux leather backpack. Well, a faux leather backpack from this brand. And I want you guys to help me. I have to write an essay about my experience with the writing process. That's actually hilarious. But that should be easy, because then it could just be stream of consciousness. Just talk about how much you hate writing papers. That sounds like the easiest paper to write in the world. But this brand specifically, Ego Sushi, I want one of these bags so much. My budget I'm trying to give myself is $40. I'm not about to spend $65 on a fucking book bag. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So matter of fact, let's go to the brand. And then okay, so here we are. And they also have multiple colors depending on like the style. I really love the one with the bow. As far as my preference, I would prefer not having a super light color. Like this, for example, is not gonna work because I'm on a college campus. That's not gonna work out. Like my shit's gonna get dirty. I'm an artist. I can't do the light colors. I can't do it. I would like dark brown, not black necessarily, because I think black might clash with my outfits. Because I care a lot about my outfits. So like a dark brown or a medium brown would be lovely. What style are we thinking? Because I think this style is really cool. It's reminiscent of the Doc Martens one. The one with the bow is really cute though. I don't like this like divot part. It looks a little bit too modern for my taste. This one looks really classy, but it's burgundy and that's not my vibe. It looks like, oh, they have a brown version. Let's see. Oh, and it has like this little like lace-esque detailing. That's cute. I don't know how I feel about this color though. It's a little too red. I don't want to spend $60. I don't wanna. Oh, wait. Why does that eat? Why does that eat? Wait, but why does that eat? But why is it eating? Fuck. But it's $60. But it's $60. Fuck. Fuck. Oh? Wait, it's taking me somewhere else. Oh, they have it on Walmart? Question mark? I don't really see the point. Back to Amazon we go. You can get it after a really profitable stream. True. And they do last forever. That's a good point. It's not real leather though. It's faux leather. I don't like buying real leather. It feels very unethical to me. But regardless, I could only get this bag if it has the backpack straps. Because I don't think all of them come with the backpack straps. Because I'm not about to carry a messenger bag. Like, it has to have the backpack strap. I don't even think... Fuck! I don't think this one comes with the backpack straps. Shit! Fuck. No! No! It doesn't have the backpack straps. Oh, read the description. Fair enough. Designed with top handle and a removable and adjustable shoulder strap. This laptop bag can be used as a briefcase or a shoulder bag. So yeah, no. Patrick, I did see the debate and I didn't think I could dislike Trump more, and yet here we are, and I am severely disheartened. I am severely, completely, and utterly disheartened. Black, pink. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think they have a backpack version. Hold on.
Oh my god, that was just embarrassing. That was
You watched it? Why would you do that to
pitiful.
yourself?
Because it was nothing else to do at work.
What about the
Like,
work part? Like you
we were
don't fuck
literally
with the work
dead. We
part?
had no trucks coming in, so I was just sitting on my. But they're eating cats and dogs.
It was that was
So he's
It
racist.
was-
He's just openly racist more than ever.
no, yeah, he's just dead ass racist.
Like that was just racism.
Because where does that come from? There is
No
no
way to
evidence
disguise
of
how that was just racism. Yeah. There's no way to excuse that. Like that was just racism.
I think I've heard one Trumper say, "Oh, well, there's a video of a black."
Wait, hold on. Patrick, your connection is actually diabolically bad. Your connection, I'm in pain, Patrick. Patrick, you're putting me through the ringer right now, Patrick.
Oh fuck! Is this better?
Yes.
Oh fuck. Okay. But yeah, like someone said, evidence for the thing was they saw a video of a black woman with a cat, and I'm like, they can own pets.
Yeah, what the
any
fuck?
color.
I don't.
Like, no. I don't know. It's fucking. She won that easy, hands down. She won. If you don't think so, you're delusional.
No, yeah. That's not like a conversation to be had. Like there's nothing to discuss further. he tanked that fucking debate. It was horrible. It was genuinely deplorable, honestly.
And she brought up the retail realtor discrimination case. I was like, yes.
She ate him the fuck up. Hold on, I wrote down some of my favorite quotes because I have terrible memory. Hold on. Moderator asks, "Do you have a plan?" He goes, "I'm not president yet. I have a concept."
I have a concept, bro. You've had 4 fucking years.
Of a plan.
You've had 4 years and you have a concept?
And the funny part is it came after she already said her plans. She gave us 3 plans and he said, "I'm not president yet, so I don't have a plan." That shit was so fucking funny. Or when he was like, "She wants to take away your guns," and she's like, "Both me and Waltz are gun owners." Shut the fuck up. He's such a liar. It's actually really, really terrible. Oh my god. Or when his closing statements were just about her. Like this, you had the opportunity to maybe like save yourself from a little bit of the embarrassment, and you took that opportunity to talk about her. She ate you up already. We already know that. What you talking about her for? Crazy word.
I was, out of everything, I was expecting him to call her nasty more.
Yeah.
Nasty woman. She's a nasty woman. Because he doesn't want to say the other N-word.
Right.
So he's like, what's another word that starts with N that I can't be cancelled for?
The impression's taking me out. Please stop.
But it was just so, and I was just listening to it so much, and I was like, he's. I think my favorite thing to come out of all of this, out of everything, is the jokes. I heard someone say, "Call me an illegal immigrant the way I'm eating that cat."
They're going to hell.
So are you, for different reasons, but still.
Okay. Well, shut up. I gotta write down the cat and dog comment.
Yeah, you love that one. You're gonna use that one on Tashika.
Oh hell yeah! Let's see. Eating. I'm not talking about the pickup line. Fuck. I'm talking about the original. You fucking whole.
Sure.
Listen, I don't have to make excuses to flirt with Ashika, alright? I admit that I too am a sloot, okay? I too am a sloot, and I wear that on my chest. But I was just trying to pick out a backpack. I really, really, really hope that people don't attempt to somehow, some way, do the mental gymnastics required to make it seem like he won that debate.
Too late.
He didn't. They're already starting. He didn't even answer a question. Like the mods called him out on not answering questions twice. How can they possibly spin this?
Because they can.
Okay. Okay.
I think this, like, was Kamala perfect? No. I think she struggled a bit with the Palestine comments. I feel like she was a bit wishy-washy there. But overall, she was like an 8.5.
Agreed. That when I had like a viewer party. Honestly, it would have been cool if you had been here for the watch party that we had.
If only I could talk while I was on the job, but I can't.
Oh right, true. But yeah, we had a watch party and we all agreed at that time that the way that she answered that question was definitely not great. But other than that, like she was so direct. She didn't hide that what he was saying was absolutely ridiculous. Like she allowed us to see her facial expressions. She humanized herself a lot in that debate, and it was really, really cool to see. I never want to hear Trump talk for more than 5 minutes at a time again, though.
Also, someone recorded it and already timed it. He got 9 minutes more than her. So it's like, oh, they were biased towards Harris. It's like, no, they weren't. They let him speak more.
Yeah, he interrupted her so many times, and he just kept laughing and yapping.
Like, what's the point of muting the mic if when he starts talking without the mic, you're like, yeah, give him mic power.
Right. Or like, if you're gonna keep talking over him as he's trying to, like, you know, talk over you as a mod, why are you still allowing him to yap? Like just stop.
Also, I think that's another thing they brushed far too quickly on, is the race comment that he has made constantly and how he tried to act dumb. They brushed way too far with that one. That should have been, like, more deep.
I didn't even think they're gonna bring that up. I'm glad they did, but they didn't give that as much time as it should have had, honestly. The lady mod was putting in a lot of work, Faith.
I feel like she was the best one. Like, I'm not going to say anything about David. Like, I don't think he's, like, biased, but I think he didn't want to push anything more.
Yeah, I think he was doing his job, but I feel like he was being a little bit of a pushover in comparison to, what's her name?
I can't remember her name, but also I like how she fact-checked Trump on the abortion thing. It's like, no one's having an abortion at 9 months. They're having inducive labor, you shithead.
Yeah.
You tangerine blessed with life, unfortunately.
You tangerine blessed with life, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, I'll say cursed.
Yeah, I think curse is a better word. Yeah.
And I just, the fact that she brought up the racism case in the 1970s, the SA, the 34 felonies, she hit on all the points, which was peak.
Yeah, because he really, like, tried to hammer in on the criminality like he's not literally a criminal.
Yeah, and then he was like, oh, that was 50 years ago. Cool. Still, you refused to sell houses to black people. How is that ever not racist? They didn't want the houses. I swear they didn't.
Like, they wanted homelessness.
They said we'd much rather, not be in Donald Trump, which is believable.
Yeah, fair. Honestly, W opinion. But yeah, y'all, that debate was fucking, oh my god. But regardless, thank y'all for being here. I am going to go to sleep now. I just realized I have an assignment that's due tomorrow that I did not do, so I'm gonna have to do that.
Imagine going to higher education. Couldn't be me.
Well, not all of us can have cool, high-paying factory jobs, okay? Fuck.
That I'm leaving to be a body of the government.
Really?
You remember I said I'm joining the military. I passed my psychological test yesterday.
I thought you said you might be joining the military, not that you would.
Well, I don't know if I'll succeed with the career interview or the physical, even though I am pretty fit, so be fine.
Okay. Please be safe, please. Please. You better respond to me, ho.
Maybe I'll be safe. I'm not going to be sent overseas.
Baby.
Well, my job doesn't get sent overseas. The most we get sent overseas is in America. So I might visit you if I get sent to, what's your state again?
Right now, Rhode Island.
Fuck, that's a state? I thought that was a city.
It is a state, yes.
Mother, I thought, oh no, Tashika's Philly.
Yeah, Tashika's Philly, which is in Philadelphia. I mean, which is Philadelphia, which is in Pennsylvania. I'm from New Jersey, but I go to school in Rhode Island. So, but yeah, fuck you, rude ass motherfucker.
Where is Rhode Island? Is that Midwest, Southwest, fucking North?
Northeast.
Damn.
Yeah.
Isn't that where all the Stephen King books happen? Rhode Island.
Is
Was
it?
that Maine? That's Maine.
I think that was Maine, which is higher up than Rhode Island.
Damn,
but-
you're lower than Maine.
Shut up. Anyway, all right, y'all. I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna finish recording the makeup video that I never finished recording, which will be a tutorial on this. And I will see you all tomorrow. Mwah. Fuck you, Patrick. And
Oh. I'm already in a relationship. No, thank you. I reject your advances.
but if I block you, then I'm wrong.
You would have blocked me. I'm too much free entertainment from an Australian.
I guess. Anyway, bye bye. Well, y'all.